Let me start at the desk. And we don't need a weather stinger for A block, but for the B block, when I'm doing like actual weather forecast, yeah, let's do it. Because I'm kind of talking about a lot of stuff, I think, in the A block.
KION News Channel 46 starts now with breaking news.
I think this is best be described as a worst-case scenario of a disaster that's happened here.
Tonight, the massive fire at one of the world's largest lithium battery storage plants rocking not just the local community, but leaders as well. Now we're taking a live look now at Moss Landing Power Plant. It's after a morning press conference declaring the fire is almost out. Another fire erupts this afternoon, sparking more questions and local leaders demanding answers. It was a much different and scary scene last night. Huge flames shooting up from the building before the roof caved in, sending huge plumes of smoke into the air. Good evening. It's great to be with you tonight. I'm Lisa Montgomery. We have more questions than answers when it comes to the fire. The County of Monterey holding 3 press conferences today as new information comes to light. We know the fire started around 3 o'clock Thursday at the battery storage facility operated by the Texas-owned Vistra Energy. The county says at least 75% of the battery plant has burned so far. It's unknown how long the fire will continue because fire crews cannot fight it with water, so the batteries must burn themselves out. For that reason, evacuation orders remain in effect for surrounding areas. Now, this includes areas of Moss Landing south of the Elkhorn Slough, north of Molero Road and Monterey Dunes Way, and west of Castroville Boulevard and Elkhorn Road to the ocean. Now, KION's Brianna Mathaw has been following today's developments. She joins us now live from Moss Landing. Brianna, there's a lot of moving pieces here, but what are local leaders saying at this hour?
So right now, as we're looking out here, you could go ahead and see that smoke coming up. Earlier, we ended up seeing a little bit more of the fire, but now it's just smoke it's looking like. Now, while I was at the presser, officials say that the system will remain offline until they have a clear understanding on what caused this incident, emphasizing that turning it back on without answers would not be a responsible move. Now, local officials called for the battery energy storage system at Moss Landing to remain offline until a full investigation is conducted. Right now, it's offline. Community members have voiced their concerns about air quality and the safety of the people in that area. Now, earlier today, the fire did flare back up, sparking concerns for many on how long it's going to last.
We were in a briefing with Incident Command, and as different batteries start to catch on fire, we were told that that's where the flare-ups come from. So that it is expected that the fires will grow and that the flames will grow, the flames will get smaller. The hope is that they burn themselves out quickly so that this incident ends.
Officials confirming that lithium-ion battery fires need to burn out on their own, and further investigations will be followed to find accountability and prevention measures in place to ensure this never happens again. So as you can see right here on your screen, smoke still continues to grow. You're not seeing really that fire or that spark anymore as we saw earlier on in our live footage. And officials are asking anyone in the area to evacuate and keep all windows and doors closed. Reporting out here in Moss Landing, Brianna Mathal, KION News, Channel 46.
Thanks, Brianna. It does look a little bit better there. We're still seeing some black smoke. In a statement, Vistra Energy says, in part, quote, our top priority is the safety of the community and our personnel, and Vistra deeply appreciates the continued assistance of our local emergency responders. All site personnel were safely evacuated, and the cause of the fire has not been determined, but an investigation will begin once the fire is extinguished. So yes, we are talking about the chemical. They talked about it this morning, Dan. So we want to go to you and maybe talk more about this, at what's being brought up into the air with this black smoke. So it's called hydrogen fluoride.
Yeah.
No information from anyone this morning about what the health risk truly is here, short term or long term. But we do know officials said that they will be looking out at outside areas as well, looking at wind direction, how many areas will be affected. So this is something that's going to be ongoing.
Yeah, Lisa, hydrogen fluoride gas is the gas that's emitted, probably the one that's of most concern during fires of lithium-ion batteries. It's the one that's emitted, and where do you get the fluoride from lithium-ion, right? Lithium seems like it's its own element in itself, but the fluoride that's involved in these batteries is used as an electrolyte, so it kind of packs around the batteries to kind of keep everything into a certain order as it works. So once you get to the point where these batteries catch on fire, or they have these thermal runaway events, they get too hot, they start to combust, then you start interacting with this fluoride, burning that and pushing it into the air as hydrogen fluoride. Now, if it combines with water, you can get hydrofluoric acid, which is also not a good thing, which is one of the reasons why they don't put water on these fires, because they can make actual additional acids out of this. Now, this hydrogen fluoride gas it's deadly in high concentration. So if you were in the general vicinity when this is released, it's very, very bad. It disperses pretty quickly, though. It's lighter than air, though. So it is not a gas that is going to pour out of this facility and stay near the ground where people are. It is going to rise into the air and disperse along the wind, and in much lower concentrations, it's not as dangerous, obviously. So there's obviously an area that they're watching around this. This is probably the areas closest to this plant. And here's a live look from Domenico's on the Wharf. We can still see it from ground level, but we can't see it from our tower cams tonight because we have the marine layer in place. We can't see this fire burning because we have low clouds out there, and that's going to come into effect here as well. So the gas we're worrying about is hydrogen fluoride. So there are some questions about that, and let's talk about the wind first of all, and talk about where everything's going today. So you're looking live at Domenico's, but let's see where those wind directions. So this is our surface winds, and right now we're northwesterly onshore. We have an onshore wind, which has built up our marine layer today. We had that come in last night. So, if you walked outside today and saw how hazy it was and you were concerned about the haze being from the smoke, and chances are it's really just the moisture in the air you're seeing. We have been dry for the last week or so. The air has been dry. We have had offshore winds, so it's been really easy to see across the bay. We've had no issue with that. But when we are in our marine layer, which we are right now, we have a lot of moisture in the air. Now, because the marine layer is also there, it can trap potentially some of the smoke within the layer and prevent it from moving on. So that does bring about the point of air quality. So surface winds are out of the northwest, but we do have a little circulation that's going around the bay right now. So the smoke plume really actually going more to the north and to the east and north. So north and east, that's where the smoke plume is headed today. I did add some wind velocities on this map are basically at about about 2,000 feet in elevation, so up in the hills, just to kind of show you where the winds are blowing above the ground, because all of this smoke is not going down on the ground, it is going up. And as it goes up, it starts to get carried by the wind, and the winds in this direction are more out of the southwest, so that would push the smoke to the north and east, but also continue to disperse it as it gets farther away from the points of the fire. Now let's talk about the air quality. So we are using sensing to monitor the air quality around the area. I did talk with the folks at the Monterey Bay Air Resources District today, and I asked them, I said, we have all these air quality monitoring sites around the area. Can they detect what's going on here? And he said, Richard Simmons said, yes, we can detect some of it. We can detect the smoke. So when a fire burns, obviously it's not just one specific gas. You have all sorts of different things that are coming up into the air from whatever's in this building, right, that's catching on fire, whether it's just the racks, the infrastructure in there, the walls, the ceiling, everything in there that's burning is putting up particulate. Those air quality sensors can see that. They can't see hydrofluoric gases or the hydrogen fluoride gases. So as we mentioned, we don't have a way to monitor that, and we're asking questions on who's out there monitoring these things, but I would assume that is why the area very close to the plant is the area that has been evacuated, because, you know, this disperses pretty quickly once it gets up into the air. But as far as the smoke is concerned, we are seeing some moderate air quality. So what is the reasoning for that? Is that the smoke that we're seeing? Chances are actually probably not so much, not on a larger scale. A lot of this is probably air pollution from the Bay Area and also from wood fires in the Santa Cruz Mountains, for example. It was very cold last night. Every night when we check on the air quality, it gets unhealthy for sensitive groups in the San Lorenzo Valley this time of year, just because a lot of people use wood stoves. So right now, from what I'm seeing and from the data that I have available, I'm not seeing anything that's very concerning. Now, very close to the plant might be a different story. Where this fire is, obviously, the smoke is still going up and it's dispersing. That's good news for us. We do have the inversion in place tonight that might trap a little bit of it in there, so we are going to be continuing to monitor things. But from this perspective right now, on a large scale around the bay, I'm not seeing anything concerning, Lisa.
All righty, thank you, Dan. And of course, we'll continue to monitor this and see what's happening and what the company says. As we mentioned before, evacuation orders remain in place for neighborhoods near the power plant, but there is some where people can stay. There is a place where you can go as long as they cannot return home. So there's still a place for you. And the county says just over 1,200 people live in the evacuation zones. The Castroville Recreation Center is now serving as an overnight shelter managed by the American Red Cross. You can see their address listed now on your screen. The county says 11 families or 37 people stayed there last night. People who we spoke with today say they have more questions than answers for that fire that broke out in Moss Landing. Frustration and confusion are just some emotions one person is feeling tonight who lives right across the street from where the fire happened. KION's Danya Romero reports.
I want to know what is going to be done to protect them.
Definitely.
Excuse me.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
Protecting the community is what Bruce tried to say before his eyes filled with tears.
I don't know why I'm so emotional
No,
about
it's okay.
this.
It's been a long day for
I
sure.
think it's the outrage of it all.
Outrage was one of many feelings Bruce experienced the moment he saw the Vistra power plant catch fire Thursday night. Bruce lives at the Moss Landing Harbor in his boat across the street where the facility caught fire. This fire not burning vegetation or wood, but batteries, according to the County of Monterey.
I want somebody to say, this is how dangerous it is for you to be staying on your boat.
Being in an evacuation order location, Bruce chose to stay, taking extra precautions like sealing his windows and doors. But that still didn't stop the smoke from entering his boat.
Up in the morning, my boat smells chemically.
Many living in these areas highlighted in red were alerted to evacuate yesterday afternoon. Health officials with the county advising people to stay indoors, close windows, and turn off air ventilation systems due to the concerns about toxic fumes in the air.
This is not just a fire. These are batteries that have chemical compositions that we know nothing of.
A woman I spoke with who didn't want to go on camera is staying here at the evacuation center with her son and mother. She says the resources like food and beds for all the evacuees are much needed at this time. The only concern, how long this is going to last and how the county will clean it up once this is all over.
Cleanup. I want to see not just a guy with a hose sprinkling it.
In Moss Landing, Daniel Romero, KION News Channel 46.
Now, the county tells KION people living at the Moss Landing Harbor received notice to evacuate via 911, a reverse 911 that is. State Speaker Robert Rivas also speaking on the developing situation. He says, quote, the Moss Landing battery plant fire is a catastrophe and I expect accountability. My team is in close communication with our heroic emergency responders who have been working around the clock to contain the fire and ensure residents that they are safe. I encourage everyone to follow all official safety guidelines and evacuation orders, and our team will be here to support individuals and families in the days and the weeks to come. Multiple local roads do remain closed at this hour because of the ongoing fire. That includes Castroville Boulevard at Dolan and Elkhorn Roads, Walker Valley Road at Paradise Road, and Elkhorn Road at several locations. You can see those all listed on your screen. Russo Road is also closed at Dolan Road, and Trafton Road is closed at Bluff Road. Highway 1 also shut down in several spots because of the fire. The CHP says those hard closures are located at Struve Road, Malero Road, and Merritt Street, or Highway 183. As far as alternate routes, they suggest Highway 156, San Miguel Canyon Road, Hall Road, Salinas Road, San Juan Road, or Highway 129. Officers are asking drivers to please be patient since there may be delays along the alternate routes. Because of the limited access in the area, the USPS says services at the Moss Landing Post Office are being temporarily suspended and made available at the Watsonville Post Office. This includes people with P.O. boxes. The Watsonville Post Office, located at 225 Main Street, is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Customers are reminded to please present photo ID for mail pickup. The USPS says the Moss Landing Post Office will reopen as soon as it is safe to do so. And coming up, which local schools are closed because of the fire and when they may reopen. We're taking a live look at Moss Landing. You can see what it looks like at this hour. We're still seeing some black smoke, but certainly an improvement of what we saw this afternoon with that second fire breaking out. We'll have more coming up after this. And welcome back. The impacts of the Moss Landing power plant fire goes beyond evacuations and road closures. Multiple local schools are also closed today. As a result, classes at all North Monterey County Unified School District campuses and offices are closed. The district saying the health and safety of students and staff remain their top priority. The district is in communication with the county. They add the schools will remain closed on Monday, but that is in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Hartnell College also feeling this fire's impact. Their education center in Castroville is also closed today as a precautionary measure to protect students and staff. The school says it will continue to monitor the situation and will also provide updates as the situation changes. They add all their campuses will also be closed Monday for the holiday. And we're taking another live look, and you can see what it's looking like this hour at the Moss Landing power plant here. And we are looking at some black smoke still billowing up into the sky, still unsure what the chemicals are. We did talk about hydrogen fluoride, not knowing what the effects will be, whether short-term or long-term, and how many people will be affected. That is the main concern here, what is happening with the air quality, and officials there and even from Vistra are saying that they're going to bring in more monitoring systems, and they're going to continue to figure this out, investigate the cause, why and what happened. We're going to have more coming up after the break. And welcome back. We're taking another look live at Moss Landing. What's happening here? We're still seeing a lot of black smoke. Several press conferences held today. It was another busy day, an active day. We had a press conference this morning to talk about the first fire that broke out yesterday afternoon. That's when we were told that the fire had died down significantly. And then early this afternoon, after that press conference, we saw large flames again at the plant, which sparked another press conference. So it's been a busy day, a hectic day, and still looking for some answers from Vistra County, the officials, and also local county officials as to exactly what the cause is. So Dan, this is going to be ongoing. We still have the evacuation orders in place. Schools are being closed, of course, and even through Monday. So the investigation hasn't even begun yet, and we're saying they're saying it's going to take weeks.
Well, yeah, as long as this fire is still burning, obviously there's some concerns, right? So obviously smoke at any point in time is just not good for your lungs, whether it's from a forest fire or a chemical fire like this that would occur in a battery plant. But we mentioned one of the concerns with the lithium-ion battery fire is this hydrogen fluoride gas. And I did want to mention, though, from what I was reading on this gas and these types of fires, is often that gas comes out pretty quickly during the case of a fire, and it's not something that's going to be continuously emitted over a long period of time unless new batteries are being consumed by the fire. So it's really hard to know exactly what's going on as far as what's coming out of that without that monitoring equipment. So we're relying on whether it's the EPA or our county officials to somehow get that monitoring equipment in there so we know what's going on. Obviously, they are concerned specifically about the areas right around the plant. Those are the areas that have seen those evacuation orders. And I would suspect that if they were, I would hope, and I would suspect that if they were more concerned about the larger population beyond that there would be more urgency or at least evacuation warnings. So saying people, if you're outside of this zone but nearby, you may be prepared to evacuate as well. But that's not in place at the moment, and we haven't seen any tendency for that. Santa Cruz County, South Santa Cruz County, and North Monterey County, these areas, the counties are asking people to stay indoors and, not breathe the outside air if you can. So at least there's that. But I mean, the concern level doesn't seem too high beyond the immediate vicinity of the plant for now. So we're keeping an eye on things. Got the weather forecast. Let's just crank through this weather forecast for you as well too. Different day today. Obviously, a lot different weather today than we've been experiencing recently, and that's one of the reasons I do want to talk to you about the weather, because we have a marine layer in place today. It's brought moisture into the air. It's made things very hazy today. That's common when we have moisture in the air. So that haze is really from moisture more than anything else. I know a lot of people have been looking outside and seeing how hazy it is and thinking, man, the smoke is filled in everywhere, but that's not the case necessarily. So it's much cooler today too. Temperatures mostly in the 50s. We have low clouds that have redeveloped. Our marine layer clouds have kind of filled in around the bay tonight, on the south and east sides especially. And they're going to be here through the overnight hours. The bigger picture is still showing our blocked up weather pattern though. While we do have light onshore flow, we don't have the strong offshore flow we've seen in recent days, and we may see some offshore flow into early next week, but we'll have a cooler weather pattern into the weekend despite the ridge sitting off to our north. Temperatures will be a little more mild overnight. It was pretty cold this morning because of the cold air mass in place and the dry air still in place, but we've added some moisture that's going to act as an insulator. The clouds also acting as an insulator, keeping things a little bit more mild overnight tonight. Future track is showing the cloud cover around the bay and probably pushing into the valleys. Patchy fog also possible into our valleys overnight tonight, so watch out for areas of reduced visibility to tomorrow morning. We will get a light offshore breeze tomorrow morning. That will push some of the cloud cover out offshore, but it may actually come back in tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be kind of in a more summer-like cycle as far as the winds are concerned, pushing onshore and offshore depending on the time of the day. As for the temperatures tomorrow, well, it's still going to be cold in some areas. The Weather Service has another frost advisory for our southern valleys overnight tonight, and as we look at Santa Cruz County, we're going to see those lows in the 30s overnight in the valleys, highs back into the low 60s, places like Santa Cruz. On the east shore of the bay, we're going to see temps in the upper 50s to low 60s tomorrow. Another cooler day, a little more seasonable, obviously, than the warmer afternoons we've been experiencing. On over to the peninsula, temps in the mid 50s to around 60 degrees. And then down south, we'll see some colder morning spots, but highs back in the low 60s tomorrow afternoon. Let's take a look at that 7-day forecast for coastal cities. Temperatures again staying seasonably cool here for the next couple days, maybe a little bit warmer as we head into early next week, with the potential for a little bit of an offshore wind again, and inland areas also seasonably cool for the next couple of days, perhaps for your entire holiday weekend, and then temps warming up a bit next week. We'll be right back. Huh? Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Buy in the end? No, because it's not a 2-box. I'll be right back.
And welcome back. We are taking another live look at Moss Landing Power Plant, where we had another fire erupt again today at the same place. So with the same building, apparently, with the battery storage plant there that is owned by Vistra Energy. And Supervisor Glenn Church saying today, no one ever predicted this kind of fire at this level. This is a wake-up call for the industry. He said he was personally assured nothing like this would ever happen. A lot of leaders are asking for answers to these questions. We'll have more coming up. Stay with us.
KION News Channel 46 starts now with breaking news.
I think this is best be described as a worst-case scenario of a disaster that's happened here.
Tonight, the massive fire at one of the world's largest lithium battery storage plants, rocking not just the local community, but leaders as well. Taking a live look now at the Moss Landing Power Plant. After a morning press conference declaring the fire is almost out, another fire erupts this afternoon, sparking more questions and local leaders demanding answers. It was a much different and scary scene last night. Huge flames shooting up from the building before the roof caved in, sending huge plumes of smoke into the air. Good evening. It's great to be with you tonight. I'm Lisa Montgomery. We have more questions than answers when it comes to this fire. The County of Monterey holding 3 press conferences today as new information comes to light. We know the fire started around 3 o'clock Thursday at the battery storage facility operated by Texas-owned Vistra Energy. The county says at least 75% of the battery plant has burned so far. It's unknown how long the fire will continue because fire crews cannot fight it with water, so the batteries must burn themselves out. For that reason, evacuation orders remain in effect for surrounding areas. This includes areas of Moss Landing, south of the Elkhorn Slough, north of Molera Road and Monterey Dunes Way, and west of Castroville Boulevard and Elkhorn Road to the ocean. KION's Brianna Mathaw has been following today's developments. She joins us now live from Moss Landing. Brianna, there's a lot of moving pieces here. What are the local leaders saying at this hour?
Lisa, you are right. There's a lot of movements going on right now. I've been out here keeping an eye out on the fire, and you could go ahead and kind of see in the back of me a little bit of that smoke coming up into the air. And while I was down at the press conference, we had officials talking about how it's going to be remaining offline for the safety of others. Now, we also So we have been seeing the fire, a flare-up that happened earlier on today, and locals officials called for the battery energy storage system at Moss Landing to remain offline. Community members have voiced their concerns about air quality and the safety of the people in that area. And as the flare-up did come back up earlier on today, it did spark some concerns for many on how long this is actually going to be lasting.
We are calling for this battery energy storage to stay offline. It is offline at the moment. We would like it to stay offline. We'd like a commitment that the battery energy storage is going to stay offline and that the community will get the information they need to let them know not that it is safer, but that it is completely safe, because we have heard that message before, and the community needs this assurance now before this plant ever comes back online.
Now, Vistra Energy Senior Director of Community Affairs, Brad Watson, was speaking today at the conference, and he acknowledges that it is the safety of the people, and he is looking into the reasons and investigating now. Officials confirming that lithium-ion battery fires need to burn out on their own, and further investigation will be followed up to find accountability and the prevention measures in place to ensure this never happens again. So as we take a look here live on camera, you can go ahead and see there's no fire actually coming out right now. It's mostly just a little bit of that black smoke that we are seeing up in the air. And as this continues, officials are asking anyone in the area to evacuate and keep the windows and doors closed. Reporting live out here in Moss Landing, Brianna Mathal, KION News, Channel 46.
Okay, thanks, Brianna. It is a big improvement from what we saw earlier this afternoon with more flames, so certainly good news there. In a statement, Vistra Energy says, in part, quote, "Our top priority is the safety of the community and our personnel, and Vistra deeply appreciates the continued assistance of our local emergency responders. All site personnel were safely evacuated, and the cause of the fire has not been determined, but an investigation will begin once the fire is extinguished." So, Dan, we have been talking about what is it that is billowing up in the air, and we are talking about the chemical hydrogen fluoride. So this is something that we need to be concerned about. In fact, even the Monterey County Director of Health says people should have some concern about the air quality and what's in the air.
Right. I think that hydrogen fluoride is like the biggest concern of anything. And that is potentially in some of the smoke coming from this fire. So I've been reading as much as I can about these lithium-ion batteries over the last 24 hours, obviously. And so how these basically work is this battery has a couple different pieces of metal in them. Lithium, by the way, is a metal. It's a soft, light-colored metal. And in the case of a battery, you've got a liquid in there too. Like if you ever picked up a car battery, it feels like there's a liquid in there. This is kind of a electrolyte solution in the case of these larger batteries. When you hear electrolytes, you might be thinking, oh, like a Gatorade or something, but it's not quite the same thing. But ultimately, the liquid in there kind of facilitates the movement of lithium ions. So we don't get too deep into the physics and chemistry here, but from one of these plates, the cathode to the anode, it probably doesn't mean a lot to you, but anyway, there's a fluid within these batteries. And when these batteries get too hot and they combust, the fluid inside that battery can also combust. And this particular fluid, I think for most lithium-ion batteries, and I don't know that for sure it's the case in these, but for most lithium-ion batteries, it's a hexafluorophosphate or something very, very close to that. And the fluoro, that's fluoride, and then you've got hydrogen in there as well, and as it burns, it releases this hydrogen fluoride gas, which we've been telling you about, right? So that's a bad gas. gas, especially in high concentrations. It's fatal to someone who breathes that in. There's all sorts of warnings on the internet about this particular gas, and including from very official sources, that if you breathe this in high concentration, or if it touches your skin, it's not good for you. So that is obviously a concern. Now, the good news, I suppose, is that this gas is lighter than air. So as it burns, it goes up, and as it goes up and it collects in the air, it disperses and moves on, and in lower concentration, it's not nearly as dangerous, especially as it kind of dissipates out there. Another thing I was reading says that during these battery fires, that hydrogen fluoride is something that burns pretty quickly and immediately, and it's not like there's a big concentration of it that continues to burn for a long period of time. Usually that is something that gets released pretty quickly within the fire. Now, if the fire is continuously getting to more and more batteries, then it might be a more continuous source. So some of the things I'm reading out there, let's talk about the weather conditions and the air quality, because that does matter in this case. So here's that live look from Domenico's tonight. We're looking off to the Moss Landing power plants, maybe just a little bit of smoke, and we saw in Brianna's live shot a little while ago, not as much smoke as we saw earlier today, as the fire did flare back up today. But we can talk about the wind speeds out there. We have onshore winds today. Unlike the offshore winds we've been experiencing almost day after day after day, those onshore winds brought in some moisture today. It made things hazy. We have low-level clouds. We have a marine layer in place. We will have a little offshore breeze overnight tonight. But in the meantime, the winds, which are pushing the plume of smoke, which is rising, right? The plume is not sitting near the ground. And luckily, this hydrogen fluoride is not dense, right? It doesn't sit in the ground where we're all living and breathing. It goes up, it's light, and it drifts upwards. So one can assume that it kind of drifts up with the smoke. So we're watching the smoke plume. Where's the smoke plume going? Well, the low-level winds are more out of the northwest right now, but the higher level of winds where the smoke plume is are more of the southwest. So the plume probably dispersing in this general direction off to the north and to the east from the point of the fire. Now, how can we tell if there's anything bad in the air? Well, we have air quality monitoring stations across the Monterey Bay area. I spoke with the Monterey Bay Air Resources District today, and I was asking them, can we detect what's going on today? Can we detect what's coming out of this fire? And the answer was given to me was yes and no. Yes, we can detect the smoke. So the infrastructure in place around the Monterey Bay region can detect smoke. Now, these air quality monitoring stations are basically sitting at our level, which is where we're breathing. So, we've got them in Salinas and Watsonville, the Santa Cruz Mountains, Monterey, Hollister, Gilroy, Salinas Valley, et cetera. These locations that are monitoring this, where we're breathing. So from that, there's been no indication that we've seen really an increase in air pollution from this particular fire around the Monterey Bay area today. Now, we do have some moderate air quality. Some of that could be explained from wood stoves in the Santa Cruz Mountains and general pollution from elsewhere across the state, because this moderate area is not just localized here locally. It's been up in the Bay Area, and it kind of moved down toward us as we moved into the day today. So right now, as far as what can be detected, there doesn't seem to be a major air quality impact, or really even much of a minor one. Now, as far as what can't be detected, is these weather sensors cannot necessarily detect that hydrogen fluoride. So that is more advanced equipment, and we don't have access to that. And I'm sure there's some sort of monitoring going on, and we're trying to ask on who is monitoring that, but it's not being monitored locally, at least through our current organizations. It might be the EPA that does that sort of thing. So those are the questions we're asking. Basically what we're saying in our last newscast is that with this spreading out as fast as it does, maybe it's not an issue unless you're very close to the site. And that's what we're hoping. And obviously, if we find it any different, that's the first thing we'll be telling you. Back to you.
Thank you. Yes, and apparently the company itself will be bringing in bigger, more monitoring systems to actually deal with this issue too. So hopefully we'll get some answers here, but it will take quite some time. As we mentioned before, evacuation orders remain in place for neighborhoods near the power plant, but there is somewhere people can stay as long as they cannot return home. We've got, the county says just over 1,200 people live in the evacuation zones. The Castroville Rec Center is now serving as an overnight shelter managed by the American Red Cross. You can see their address listed on your screen. The county says 11 families or 37 people stayed there last night. People who we spoke with today say they have more questions than answers for that fire that broke out in Moss Landing. Frustration, confusion, or just some emotions one person is feeling tonight who lives right across the street from where the fire happened. KION's Donia Romero reports.
I want to know what is going to be done to protect them.
Definitely.
Excuse me.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
Protecting the community is what Bruce tried to say before his eyes filled with tears.
I don't know why I'm so emotional
No,
about
it's okay.
this.
It's been a long day for
I
sure.
think it's the outrage of it all.
Outrage was one of many feelings Bruce experienced the moment he saw the Vistra power plant catch fire Thursday night. Bruce lives at the Moss Landing harbor in his boat across the street where the facility caught fire. This fire not burning vegetation or wood, but batteries, according to the County of Monterey.
I want somebody to say, this is how dangerous it is for you to be staying on your boat.
Being in an evacuation order location, Bruce chose to stay, taking extra precautions like sealing his windows and doors. But that still didn't stop the smoke from entering his boat.
Up in the morning, my boat smells chemically.
Many living in these areas highlighted in red were alerted to evacuate yesterday afternoon. Health officials with the county advising people to stay indoors, close windows, and turn off air ventilation systems due to the concerns about toxic fumes in the air.
This is not just a fire. These are batteries that have chemical compositions that we know nothing of.
A woman I spoke with who didn't want to go on camera is staying here at the evacuation center with her son and mother. She says the resources like food and beds for all the evacuees are much needed at this time. The only concern, how long this is going to last and how the county will clean it up once this is all over.
Clean up. I want to see not just a guy with a hose sprinkling it.
In Moss Landing, Donia Romero, KION News Channel 46.
The county tells KION people living at the Moss Landing Harbor received notice to evacuate via a reverse 911. Multiple local roads remain closed at this hour because of the ongoing fire. That includes Castroville Boulevard at Dolan and Elkhorn Roads, Walker Valley Road at Paradise Road, and Elkhorn Road at several locations. You can see those all listed on your screen. Russo Road is also closed at Dolan Road, and Trafton Road is closed at Bluff Road. Highway 1 is also shut down in several spots because of the fire. The CHP says those hard closures are located at Struve Road, Malera Road, and Merritt Street, or Highway 183. As far as alternate routes, they suggest Highway 156, San Miguel Canyon Road, Hall Road, Salinas Road, San Juan Road, or Highway 129. Officers asking drivers to please be patient since there may be delays along the alternate routes. Because of limited access in that area, the USPS says services at the Moss Landing Post Office are being temporarily suspended and made available at the Watsonville Post Office. This includes people with P.O. boxes. The Watsonville Post Office, located at 225 Main Street, is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. and Saturday, 9 to 4:30 p.m. Customers are reminded to please present photo ID for mail pickup. The USPS says Moss Landing Post Office will reopen as soon as it is safe to do so. Well, we're taking another live look from Moss Landing. You can see things have improved quite a bit since earlier this afternoon when a second fire erupted at that location. We're going to have more coming up after the break. The time now is 5:45. You're watching KION News Channel 46. And welcome back. The impacts of the Moss Landing power plant fire go beyond evacuations and road closures. Multiple local schools are also closed today as a result. Classes at all North Monterey County Unified School District campuses and offices are closed. The district saying the health and safety of the students and staff remain their top priority. The district is in communication with the county. They add the schools will remain closed on Monday, but that is in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Hartnell College also feeling the fire's impact. Their education center in Castroville is also closed today as a precautionary measure to protect students and staff as well. The school says it will continue to monitor the situation and will also provide updates as the situation changes. They add all their campuses will also be closed Monday for the holiday. We'll continue to bring you updates both on air and online as this fire continues to burn. For the latest on breaking news, download the KION mobile news app to your phone or your tablet. And we go to Dan now with the weather. Things are looking a little bit calmer this hour.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about this weather forecast. We're going to be monitoring this. This fire is going to burn for days. Unfortunately, these battery fires, the precedence is that they burn for a long time. So obviously, we'll be keeping a close eye on things. The weather obviously can be a big issue as well. Right now, we have the marine layer has moved in tonight. Well, did today anyway, and that's different than we've been experiencing in recent days. And you know, if the fire is not, if it's not burning hot, and it's not creating its own weather and its own strong updraft, then what is coming out of it may kind of get trapped in the lower levels of the atmosphere, some of the smoke maybe. Now, the good news is even with our marine layer in place, we often get this daily refresh. That's one of the reasons why the Monterey Bay area actually has very good air quality on a overall yearly basis, because most of the year we have our daily refresh of winds. We have access to mostly clean air out of the open Pacific, which is cleaner than, you know, the rest of California, where you have city to the north, Central Valley, which is a big trapping area of all sorts of stuff, to the east. So we get a nice refresh, and that does help us even with the inversion of the marine version in place tonight. But we'll be obviously monitoring the air quality. Right now, temps cooler today. I mean, it was much cooler today than in recent days, at least during the afternoons. The morning was nice and cold, and tomorrow morning actually won't be quite as bad along the coast because those low clouds have come in. And as we take a look at our cloud and visibility tracker, we see the clouds around the bay tonight. They'll probably make it into the interior valleys as well. Patchy fog may be possible, as we did see some fog this morning as well. Our bigger picture showing a low pressure sitting offshore to the west, helping with that more of an onshore flow today. This pattern is what's called a Rex block, and a blocking pattern means we don't get a lot of movement in the atmosphere. This is actually going to move a little bit though in the coming days, so it's not going to look exactly like this. But I've been looking at the long-term models. It still looks pretty dry for the next couple of weeks. There might be one or two small rain chances in there. It's just not looking good for rain for the rest of the month, but we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. We might have more time to talk about that long-term forecast tonight at 10 and 11, so make sure to tune in. In the meantime, overnight tonight, mostly cloudy. Temperatures on the coast mostly down into the mid-40s. Those clouds will fill in around the bay, and as I mentioned, push into the valleys. Patchy fog will be possible out there into your Saturday morning. Hopefully not a commute. Hopefully Saturday morning on your way to do something fun, maybe away from Moss Landing. We'd love to come out and visit you at Moss Landing. We're just going to have to wait here for a little while, obviously. And then for the rest of your day tomorrow, some sunshine around the bay tomorrow afternoon, but some low clouds may return back to the coast tomorrow evening, as the marine layer should remain pleasant, or I should say present tomorrow. We'll have less in the way of cloud cover out of the weekend as winds shift back offshore again. But for the time being, some clouds out there. The Weather Service has a new frost advisory for our southern valleys and higher terrain of Monterey and San Benito counties again, as it may still be a little bit chilly above the marine layer. Temps overnight tonight, still potentially down into the 30s, Santa Cruz Mountain Valleys, but back close to 60 for your highs tomorrow afternoon. Certainly warmer on the coast where you'll have some clouds to cover things up. On the east shore of the bay, upper 30s to low 40s overnight, highs back in the low 60s. Northern valleys, low 60s for your highs as well. On over to the peninsula, we're going to get you down into the 40s overnight. Highs in the mid 50s to around 60 degrees tomorrow afternoon. Should be a touch warmer than today, I would suspect, for most areas, but maybe only by a degree or two. And then down south, lows in the 30s, southern valleys, highs back in the low 60s, 40s for your lows back near the coast. 7-day forecast, coastal cities looking seasonable, maybe a little cool for the next couple of days, maybe a little warm out of the weekend with a better chance of some offshore wind. We'll have some offshore wind in Southern California as well early next week. we're keeping an eye on that. Obviously not our local area, but for our friends down south who have been experiencing that incredible fire danger. They've had a break over the last couple of days with onshore flow and marine layer like we've been experiencing. But either way, inland forecast also seasonable for the next couple of days and maybe a little bit warm as we head out of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We'll be right back after this.
And welcome back. It's been a busy day once again dealing with the fire at Moss Landing as a second one flared up early this afternoon after there was a press conference addressing the initial fire yesterday. That press conference was at 10 o'clock this morning. Then we saw flames erupt again after noontime, so that sparked another press conference. So a lot of county and local officials are asking, you know, what is happening? Why? How did this happen? Demanding answers. So we're going to continue to follow this story and get those answers for you. We'll be back after this. And welcome back. We are continuing to watch the situation at the Moss Landing power plant there, where a battery storage building owned by Vistra Energy out of Texas burnt pretty much. We're talking about possibly a total loss there. And we're also talking about what the cause was. The fire chief saying that it was a suppression system that failed, and Vistra Energy officials here today also acknowledged that. So we're still seeing a lot of unanswered questions, and we're waiting for the investigation. But Dan, we talked about how this fire could be burning, although we're just seeing smoke, but this could last for days with this kind of fire.
Yeah, likely to last for a few days, maybe even more than that. So obviously we'll be keeping you up to date with the latest. We'll be right back. We're keeping an eye on, obviously, the weather conditions tonight. We'll be keeping an eye on all the weather conditions tonight. Obviously, we've got the latest for you on all of this. This fire here in Moss Landing. If we can just take the weather graphics away, please. If we can pull off weather graphics, thank you. We'll be keeping up the latest on our website, online. Of course, we'll be here tonight at 10 and 11 with the latest, so make sure to tune in.
The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect. And while people can now return home, many evacuees have more questions than answers. We hear how one man felt seeing the fire spark. Okay. The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect. And while people can now return home, many evacuees have more questions than answers. We hear how one man felt seeing the fire spark.
Now we'll take a look at your weather forecast. Is there any rain in sight? We'll have the latest coming up.
Also, the slow recovery for Pajaro, why people living there feel abandoned after the town flooded 2 years ago, even with new federal funding. The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect. And while people can now return home, many evacuees have more questions than answers. We hear how one man felt seeing the fire spark.
Now we're looking for rain in that weather forecast. How long could it be until it returns? We'll take a look in your forecast.
Also, the slow recovery for Pajaro, why people living there feel abandoned after the town flooded 2 years ago, even with new federal aid funding. No. The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect. And while people can now return home, many evacuees have more questions than answers. We hear how one man felt seeing the fire spark.
Plus, looking into that forecast, is there any rain on the horizon? We'll have the latest coming up tonight.
Also, the slow recovery for Pajaro, why people living there feel abandoned after the town flooded 2 years ago. The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect.
Plus, we're looking into that forecast, trying to find the next chance of rain. It is the rainiest month of the season, after all. We'll have the latest coming up tonight. That's next at 10.
The latest on the Moss Landing fire, the County of Monterey lifting all evacuation orders, plus which road closures still remain in effect.